Test. There it goes. Not sure why it wasn't detecting the... Might be a little loud. Should stick a... maybe a compressor. Sidechain. Oh boy, I'm not an audio engineer. I don't know what this means. Test. Test. Maybe that helps, maybe it doesn't. Just wanted a decent level without flipping into the red. I apparently have a compressor on it, side chaining to the audio output of Trine, so whatever that's doing, the VU meter looks reasonable anyway. So I think I'm just gonna start a new game and just have it be as casual as possible. Because my right thumb is hurting from all this speedrunning. So what we do here is go back. Unlimited or classic doesn't matter unless you're playing co-op. We always play on easy. There's no difficulty categories. There's any percent and New Game Plus. And that's... well, I think there is a co-op category, actually. Not that anybody else plays it. Except for one person. Who's mostly just doing moderation duties. But the color you pick determines the color of the outline for objects you can interact with. So brighter colors, I've noticed recently, can help when there's a lot of objects on screen, playing on controller anyway. You have to hold left trigger and then use the right stick to select what object you are levitating with Amadeus or grappling with Zoya. And Trine 5 is the first title they put in some alternate outfits, as well as changing his facial hair, apparently, in one of them. But having them all a similar color makes it a little difficult to tell them apart. And I already have trouble with character switching, so I typically leave it on default. The collectibles that they added compared to the objects in Trine 4 and kind of tchotchkes and different things that get added to the kind of dream mansion academy room, whatever the hell it is, that go towards unlocking 2 secret areas. And in this, the collectibles are letters that add a little bit to the story, and wearable items that change your appearance. One of which is basically bags and backpacks, including a giant fucking spell book that's just ridiculous looking. Sometimes we'll go with a bag or the Smuggler's thing. It's like a messenger bag. It's whatever. And then hats. I don't like most of them. Have this giant muffin beret or whatever the fuck. The straw hat. Which is kind of, painterly, you might say. I can't think of the guy. He's like one of the most famous painters in the world. Starry Night, etc. A cap made out of newspaper. A flower crown. There's no way in fucking hell. Tricorn. And owing to the nature of the game, naturally there's a begoggled top hat that's kind of light steampunk. And some other nonsense that I just cannot take seriously, especially the antlers. Yeah, fuck it. Now, if I was doing a full run, this is where it would start.
Our story began once again in
I'll let the cutscenes play, I guess.
Ruled by a council of fine ladies and gallant lords, with help and guidance from good and wise wizards. It was also home to the enchanted heroes of
It'll give me a chance to vape as well.
And while most people believed our kingdom to be the most pleasant and peaceful realm in all the world, some had plans to turn the kingdom upside down.
It was a dark and stormy night as well.
Well,
The Astral Academy is ours.
So they leave no mystery in the story.
Wizards didn't notice a thing before it was too late.
They basically show you from the outset who the villains are.
Tested with success. I don't think
Which I think is kind of a bad move on their part, on the developer's part.
well done. Now we can proceed to the next step in our plans. It is time to take care of the heroes of Trine.
Take care of them? Are they going to help them in some way?
In the meantime, the first of our heroes, Zoya,
Who could know what she meant?
Zoya's intention was to steal
Zoya's character design
the map revealed one of the few remaining hidden
has changed a decent amount
in the kingdom.
over the titles.
Having been looted by enterprising fortune
She's looking fairly Assassin's Creed since Trine 4. I mean, with save for the hat right now. You start out with your basic abilities that you have in most of the titles. You can levitate objects, conjure boxes and planks. Just one from the beginning. Your basic arrows, your grappling, and then Pontius's sword, shield, charge, and stomp.
Little beast.
And the way the locked skills are retrieved is through character-specific little side quests in each level.
Now, quiet as a mouse. It's a library after all.
Green things are XP. Those are used by the upgrades, or the other abilities which are not unlocked by the character skill quests, and they're converted at grand checkpoints in each level at a rate of 25 XP to a point. I believe it's possible to get a slightly higher jump by jumping a short distance and then a long distance, instead of jumping straight out. It's right there. Her head is about level with the platform, and there it goes a little over. Which can come in handy once or twice. Not a huge amount, but basic introduction to, you know, breaking ropes, hitting buttons. I never hit that on the way. So like most, like all Trine games, it starts out with 3 levels that have solo characters that basically tutorialize their moveset and how to play them. In fact, speaking of a higher jump, this is one of the places you can do it. Normally you can't reach that. You only get to the bar. But if you do a short and then full jump, you can actually reach it and vault up to get 3 XP there. Then there's another 2 there. A lot of walking. I mean, most of the game is pushing right. That's kind of their design philosophy. If you're going right and slightly up or slightly down, you're going in the right direction. If you're going backwards a little bit, it's for a puzzle. Or an optional puzzle, I should say. 2 XP hiding there. Maybe I should make this 100% as well. You shoot that to knock that XP down. This drops down. Obviously, in the speed run, you do not wait for that. You just drop straight down and onto that. There's another 2 XP hiding behind the boxes. I keep trying to roll, but this is any well, technically I'm not speedrunning, so. The characters besides Amadeus, that being Zoya and Pontius, they can move objects by pushing them. Zoya can pull them. Pontius can charge and push them very quickly. I think it was Trine 3 that introduced the concept of Zoya being able to grapple 2 objects together. And then they use that in Trine 4 to make rope bridges. There's 2 hiding in here. Or maybe 3. I believe there's a tactic where you can just pull this up and then yeah, use it to jump up without having to tether it.
The library vault and the treasure map should be somewhere up here.
You get inside, still hiding from the librarian.
Ask for one of those new knights to guard the library.
You hear about the new knights.
Help me out a little. The way they don't sleep or think or eat. And how would they know how to treat our books?
New knights.
And then obvious rope bridge there. Then there's a button that moves that bookcase. When speedrunning, you can hit it. Man, that was perfect. It usually takes me 3 or 4 arrows to hit it. You can hit it without having to make a rope bridge and just jump straight up. XP there. Since Trine 4, Zoya can shoot arrows while grappling. There's also XP hiding down here. 2 there. And then these 3 tutorializing how you switch between targets. If I was using keyboard and mouse, which I am not good at, you just click on them. You pull the first one to move that aside, and then the second one to grab 1 XP from the ceiling, another one down there, move this out of the way, hit this button, that button, and if you're observant, you notice the XP peeking out there. You grapple onto this underneath the platform, but we do not get that XP when speedrunning. It takes too much time. And these turn out, you can jump a little bit early. And you have the first kind of puzzle. Yeah, it is a puzzle, I'd say. A simple one, but the door is open there normally, but when you pull the platform out, it closes the door. So in speedrunning, generally as soon as I land here, I hit the rope, sometimes even before that. There's 2 there, and if you flip this, there's another point, at which point the camera shows you there's 3 more XP hidden just out of sight. And the way that objects work in Trine 5 and 4, I think it's the same for 2 and 1. Typically, if it's off camera, then your character cannot interact with it. And for this part, it's not immediately obvious, but if you grapple to this when you're already on the roof, you have to move backwards to pull it. But for some reason, if you grapple it, and we could just restart the checkpoint for purposes of demonstration. The XP also turns slightly translucent and light blue when it's already been gotten. But if you grab it when you're still in the air, it's pulled right off, which is much faster. And Zoya finds what she's looking for. In more ways than one? Possibly? Maybe?
So this is the reason why the treasure hasn't been found yet. This map is practically dust.
Or maybe it's just my effective security system. Put the map down.
Someone else who favors crossbows.
As far as I know,
Wonder if that's on purpose. It's gotta be.
claim to that map or its treasure. Get me some paper and ink. Let me copy that thing, and I'll be out of your hair in no time.
It is a reference material, isn't it?
That might hurt a teensy bit, but I'm enchanted with mystical powers of Trine, so I can probably take it.
Sometimes she is.
Give me a library card, and I check it out for a day. Precious, pretty things don't belong in dusty old museums.
Aren't you supposed
She should have tried to flatter her.
Is this what they do? Harass
Pretty things don't belong in museums, yourself included.
Well, I can be heroic if the occasion arises. In fact, I've just received an invitation from the Astral Academy. I'm to be rewarded with a medal. Apparently the big statue of me and my fellows on the town square isn't enough.
Well, why don't you jog off to the academy then?
Sorry, I blew right the fuck into the mic.
It was unusual for Zoya to be unsuccessful with her plans, but the librarian had managed to distract her. However,
I think they're low-key setting up that Zoya and the librarian start dating at the end of the game.
as a protector of the realm, he was always called to help on any and many.
That's my headcanon anyway, and it's heavily
This
hinted
time,
at.
He'd been called to deal with a troublemaker at a calm and quiet little graveyard.
And we have the introduction to the slightly naive but always well-meaning Pontius.
Dark magics are afoot here. So, let's see what all the fuss is about.
Who is extremely useful when speedrunning, mostly because of his charge. He's typically how you initially break, well, breakable objects, which is pretty much anything made of wood. Or very quickly move heavy objects. God, my controller battery is really losing its life. I've put the poor thing through its paces. So these shovels stuck in the ground are points at which Pontius can get a boost. And as I found out very recently, if you charge after bounding off that one, you can go over the roof, which does not confer any advantage, honestly. It's slower than just going through the window. And there's a little hidden area here for some XP. The rest is moving right and up.
Someone really had a grudge against this old tomb. It's all turned to sand.
Now there's a puzzle here where you fill the bucket with water to weigh it down, but as I just showed, if you stand right on the edge and then immediately charge, you can reach it without having to do the puzzle. Another water puzzle where you just hold your shield and fill the bucket, which here is only to get those 2 XP, but when speedrunning we ignore that. We don't bother with that. Can't quite make it there unless you have the kite shield glide ability. But that costs 5 points, and you certainly do not have it at the beginning of the game. So, you have to push the block over and fill both. Although I believe it's possible theoretically to stand here and then charge out and back up, but it's kind of hard to pull off. You break that, to lower the box to give you a boost, and get that. Then any sign with this ram head on it is something that signposts you can charge into it or stomp it. It also introduces these exploding flowers or whatever the hell they are. You find that this is too high, so you go back this way, knock down the box. I could have made that. You move right some more. You hit that to raise the elevator. There's more XP here. More here.
Nothing's happening.
We get introduced to the wannabe necromancer.
Is backwards really backwards, or is it actually the right way, and I need to draw that backwards? Come on, Gran, just pop your head up!
Halt, evildoer! You're under arrest for crypt wrecking.
What? Look here, my Gran's grave is perfectly intact. And it's not even a crypt.
Oh,
I feel like if they hadn't had
sorry about that. Have you seen anyone recently who turned stone?
that intro cutscene
No, there's nothing suspicious going on here at all.
showing who the villains are, the necromancer could have been a fake out. Like, oh, is he gonna stumble upon some sort of power and become drunk with evil power and we'll have to stop him? But no. We get this XP. It's possible to reach the other side if you have kite shields, but we do not. There's XP hiding here. And then it reintroduces seesaw tactics, whatever. A really annoying, slow box to get that XP. Introduces what I can only ever call fire flowers. That's basically what they are. There's some XP here. You rotate that around and do another water puzzle. So that lowers enough. Whoops. When speedrunning, we try and not have to wait and just charge over when it's in the middle of turning. And then there's a final fight against some skeletons. See, they really could have set him up as a fake-out villain. I also feel like they missed a character design opportunity to have his nails painted black. Because he has a slightly metal aesthetic going on. I bet he listens to Amon Amarth. Kind of pirate metal. Black metal, pirate metal, I don't know. Black pirate metal. But he's made out to be more comical than threatening. They stepped on the flower. It's symbolism. Ever since Trine 3, they really upped the... Well, I'd say they upped the character animation, but they basically introduced real-time 3D character animation for cutscenes, where it was mostly kind of 2D storybook style in the first two games.
Thankfully, for the mere fee of letting the spa owner use his name for advertising, Amadeus could stay there while he regrouped.
All I'm gonna say about Amadeus and Margaret, Amadeus deserves better. Poor guy. He rescued her from goblins in Trine 2, and this is what he's repaid with. Being sent away.
That must be Margaret. She's come back to her senses.
Amadeus' level takes place at a resort. Have a lot of nice vistas in Trine 4 and Trine 5, and 3 for that matter.
Oh, this place is wonderful.
I think they're pretty nice in all of the titles, but they really stepped them up here. There are 2 XP up here. I guess I'm Yeah, I'm gonna have more than necessary. Physics objects. You can levitate objects that you summon, but as soon as your character stands on them, you can no longer levitate them. But you can use them temporarily to get a boost. Which is used a lot more in any percent. Although we do not get that XP there. We just come directly up here, use boxes, or box jumping to grab these. And there's a platform up here that you could go straight to. Not like that. For some reason he's not grabbing the ledge. There we go. But in any percent, we need these three. So, and there's some hidden in these fruit or whatever they are. Nuts? I don't know. Hidden in breakable vases. And by the way, I think the way it works is as soon as the character is standing on a physics object, anything that physics object is touching or exerting force on is no longer, it's like I can manipulate the bookshelf and that other box, but not the box I'm standing on. Even if I jump, it only becomes interactable once I touch the floor. And right now, we can only summon a single box or plank at a time. And you find a stack of boxes here. The top one is the one we want to move. But there's enough of them. If you stack them, there's more XP hiding up there, as well as even further back on the roof. May as well get it. And they give you these planks here, but you really don't need them. You just need one plank. And you can grab the edge and he'll pull himself up. But instead we target the bottom, pull it back, so you can reach the XP. I guess the way it was meant to be done is to put one there and one here. But it's like, we don't need that much hand holding. He can jump, for fuck's sake. There's some XP hiding in the trees there, which is something I noticed they don't do nearly as often as they did in the first two titles. But we do get that. We get this 1 XP. Although I think it would make more sense to get that XP hiding behind the box that was right at the beginning than to spend time moving this into position, because otherwise you'll still box jump back up. But I think it would be more of a time save to just plank or box jump to the other side and keep going. Get that one. Wait until it hits that little bar in the center, and you can just jump up. Otherwise, you'll need another box jump. Break some soap. There's XP hiding in that. You can knock certain XP are in bottles, and certain XP are just kind of free floating. The ones that are in bottles, you can actually manipulate physically. You break these. There's 3 more here. And I missed one. Now, even though you can't levitate objects while you're standing on them, when you're on contraptions like this, you can forcefully push it down to speed things up instead of just letting it fall naturally. Introduces you to holding down buttons to open things.
I'll get there quickly if I take a shortcut. A path over the mountain.
2 XP here. We skip those 3. I'll get them just for the sake of completion. Because at this point we have 149. That's 1 away from the 6 that we need. Or 150, equating to 6 points to get Windburst and Windburst Leap, which costs 4 points. Which is like the major ability that's used in speedrunning this. To cross this, it's meant that you put a box here to press the button. But if you stick a plank here or hold it, jump, and then move the plank before he lands. Before he lands, I said. It's weird doing that without getting a running start. There we go. You get some momentum off of it by kind of throwing it, and you can continue walking on it to reach the other side. And they expand on the previous tutorializing, making sure you know how to summon planks. And you learn about rolling on spheres. We typically take out a box and push ourselves along because it slows down here, and this keeps the momentum up a little bit. Pull that down. In this puzzle, I think you're meant to stick a plank here. Getting used to speedrunning tactics, I always or sometimes forget how the puzzle was even meant to be solved to begin with. But that's probably the case. But instead, we use box jumping. And there's certain objects that you cannot stand on that have like a slippery property, which includes those 2 poles and a lot of different surfaces throughout the game. But we only need it for a second to get up. And then we get these, hopefully in one go. For 100%, there's more XP hiding underneath. Which has to be broken open. And that's the end of the level.
Ah, the front desk is up here. Where is she? You're not Margaret. Who or what are you?
Amadeus the Wizard. Lady Sunshine Crownsdale invites you to a celebration of the heroes of Trine. Location, Astral Academy. Time, noon tomorrow.
A celebration for the heroes of Trine. This will definitely help me smooth things over with Margaret.
People have noted that Amadeus's redesign
Amadeus Pontius
looks a little like an older Elijah Wood, and I concur.
The party arranged in their honor. They had a rare opportunity to reminisce about their first meeting, which had taken place here in the hallowed halls of arcane mysteries. But something didn't feel quite right to them.
Uh-huh.
If this was to be a celebration, where were all the other guests?
Indeed. So used to seeing this at the very start of the cutscenes and nothing else.
That's right. And it's where we started all our adventures together, all the way back then.
Yes. How will I ever forget being abducted by a sentient artifact of power?
But they are pretty well done. Same voice actors for the 3 leads and the narrator across all 5 games.
You can tell. But I appreciate how shiny it is. Let's go get our fabulous tokens of recognition from this.
Going back to Trine 1 after 5 is pretty weird. They sound I don't know, slightly more gamey, or like stereotypically their classes.
Sawyer, there's a hole in your clothes.
Usually in such pristine condition.
I ran into something exciting on my way here.
Now we have the first level where we can switch freely between the characters. And you can kind of choose how to go between different, how to solve puzzles and which character to use to do what. Oh yeah, and there's these springboards that Pontius can use with his stomp. So So you can either pull that box with Amadeus to get a boost, or you can break the boards with Pontius. I said Pontius twice, I think. Amadeus, Pontius, whatever. You can connect these floating rings to get that XP. You have a rotating thing of platforms. I don't know what the hell it would be used for practically, but you can either use Amadeus to move the box out of the way, or pull it with Zoya. 2 XP inside there. We typically skip that because, well, God. Hang on. Did I get 100%? Oh. I missed 2 in Pontius's. Oh well. Suffice to say, we do not go for all XP. We go for exactly 150. Whatever's on the way and easiest to get. And you have these floating orbs that act as buttons. XP there. Then, to activate it while you're on it, you can shoot it with Zoya.
Running away will not save you from your examinations. Unless you return soon, every single one of you will be suspended indefinitely. Professor Butternut.
Oh, the students have wandered off again. I wonder if they're after new spell parchments.
That might be a reference to 9 Parchments, which is another game by Frozen Byte that features basically the students from the Astral Academy who feature heavily in Trine 4. And that curtain mysteriously rises to show that there's a button, but in order to reach it, Zoya cannot break the boards until she gets fire arrows. So we have to hit it with Pontius, using Amadeus to give him a box to stand on. And then we have to use Zoya to shoot it. So it's kind of a skill check to make sure you know how to use all 3 characters together to solve something. And there is XP hidden in the cake. And it makes a chomping sound when you break it. Strange. I don't know why it makes that sound. It bugs me. Move these boxes out of the way so you can reach this, which starts that rotating. And when speedrunning, I always fuck this part up. It's best if you can get that in one motion, but you see the XP under the floor, so you get that. And the first collectible. And more XP. And one more. Simple puzzle. Lots of water wheels. Also, there's something about the way the water physics work in 4 and 5 compared to 1 and 2. 3 being the outlier, because that's the only title in which you have full 3D movement. And it was kind of hand a little bit in reviews. I think it has like 60 or 70% compared to most games having 90 or above. And we come across our first grand checkpoint, which converts our XP into skill points. You don't actually have to wait for it to finish. It's already converted. Because we got almost all of it. We have 7 points instead of 6. But yeah, the water physics. It seems to be that as long as the water particles are intersecting with the surface of your shield, then there's a new stream that just shoots out of the center, as opposed to like actually bouncing off of your shield. So I feel like the physics in terms of how water works is less realistic in 4 and 5 than it was in 2. But the game's not, you know, a stickler for realism, obviously. It's designed a certain way for playability. Now there's a point right here where a trigger starts, a fade out, where if you charge and then jump, which gives you a little more distance than charging alone, if you make it into that like brass circle in the center there before the fade out completes, you skip this next part, but we're just going to do it.
Heroes of Trine, welcome. I am Lady Sunshine Crownsdale, the organizer of these festivities.
And not evil at all.
Meet you, Lady Sunshine.
Lady Sunny to my friends, which of course the three of you are.
Shouldn't we wait for the guests before the ceremony?
Of course. First of all, if you could please.
And each
stand
character
here in
has their own
the
theme.
center, so we can start with a commemorative portrait.
Sounds
There is
easy
a lot
enough.
of nice
Let me get out of the way.
production value.
What? This is no garden party.
Now stand still. It'll all be over painlessly in but a matter of seconds.
And you have a puzzle.
Why is it taking so long?
It's not actually timed. The thing just doesn't work, I guess, in the story. You have to break those two rods. You can either summon boxes and tether them and hit them that way. But if you messed up the skip for some reason, the quicker way is just to pull it down with Zoya and then hit them that way. And then you have your first fight. You, just like all Trine titles, you can reflect with your shield. There's only 3 of them. But
Amadeus, Pontius, and
it's
Zoya.
much better to skip if you're speedrunning, obviously.
Heroes of Trine, welcome.
Lady Sunny, after
I am
her.
Right you are.
And you notice the voice line starts playing ahead of time. I'm not sure why that happens. I assume it has something to do with triggers, and if you're past this, I think this line here, it considers you into the next part or something. I'm not a game designer. And then it starts getting more puzzle heavy, because it is the first proper level. But normally we skip this and just start hauling ass after getting Windburst Leap. And by the way, I'm running version 1.02, which is the version before this was patched out. So Windburst allows Amadeus to knock objects around, much like Pontius can, but in all directions instead of one. And then Windburst Leap holds him in the air for a second and also gives him a jump. When it was patched, it works as intended, which is to say you get a single jump. But in version 1.02, you can spam it and get, I don't know what the upper limit is or how it's determined, but something like maybe 7 extra jumps. Each one of those little clouds that appears. So from here, we pretty much ignore XP. I mean, I'll still, if it's on the way, I'll get it, but I typically try and land there with Pontius, and then Windburst, and switch back to Pontius and charging over to this platform. Windbursting again. You can just jump over the knight. He doesn't even get aggroed for some reason. And then just coming this way, disregarding all that stuff. Box there, break that. And there's a whole puzzle here. In which I guess you'd normally do this. Breaking that. And then you're able to put a box here. And you can shoot it again. In order to climb up. And I think that's actually a platform. No, it isn't. A lot of XP up here. But we disregard all that shit. And just Windburst up and continue on.
Enemies! On guard! On guard!
Zoya also has a kick.
Range! Range!
don't seem to be getting it there, but
On guard.
we come down here. There's actually a puzzle here. And a collectible. In which you tether a box, pull this out, and there's a 5 XP bauble. And anywhere there's spikes, you can attach a box or a plank. Normally you'd shoot that to rotate that and start this water pouring for another puzzle, but we don't need it. All we need is the plank, jump, and wind burst up. Skipping that puzzle until we hit a cutscene.
I can't believe they're replacing honest knights with those trinket machines.
Still, taking these apart is much more fun than shooting at your friends, Pontius.
Mistress Wilhelmine. Oh, we're so relieved to see
They find
you.
one of their friends who's had her, like, soul taken out,
Lady Sunny Crownsdale is totally out of control.
She might
and they
have
always look ridiculous whenever they run into one.
It's gone. It's missing.
The Master Wizardess has now lost her marbles. What a coincidence.
Quite literally. There's another grand checkpoint. Now I can grab roll for Zoya, which is always the second thing I get. Because Zoya's roll is pretty powerful. It allows you to go through enemies, and while she's rolling, she's invincible. So any damage she would take, it's even better than Pontius' shield, honestly, except that it doesn't reflect ranged attacks. But Pontius' shield can break if it receives enough damage and then regenerates, just like Trine 4. And the roll, if you press the opposite direction while you're rolling, you can even kind of stay in the same place. It's also, of course, faster than walking and has a cooldown separate from charge. So when I'm trying to cover a long distance, I'll typically alternate between rolling and charging. Switch to Amadeus here, wind burst, and charge. And then these fucking things. And there's some XP here. But we don't stop for that. Then there's a lever up there. This is actually a puzzle that you'd tether that to that, and then reflect the water with Pontius, activating the elevator, but we just wind burst up. The switch opens the door, granting me access to the next section. However, as I recently discovered, there is a way over, because normally I think the design, from the design, it's pretty clear that they wanted you to use the seesaw mechanic to jump up there. You break that to lower that. You see how bad I am at character switching. I keep going to the wrong one and then rolling over. And then you make a rope bridge. Then you climb up these handholds. And then shoot this button. Shoot it again. However, none of that's necessary. As from here, if you windburst again, up and to the right, there's a little platform here. But there's no XP. And it's not apparent that it's even there. You can't reach it with a single windburst leap. And these bars prevent you from putting a box or plank there. So I don't know what it's for. But for our purposes, it's super handy. Because we can just climb up and bypass that other section. And there's more XP up there, but we don't care. We ignore that, we ignore him. We pull this very stubborn carrot out of the ground, which for some reason has a ring on it. Which makes the giant purple hedgehog happy, and he'll give you a ride. Which leads me to invincibility frames. Spikes normally kill you, but after you die, you're invincible for something like 3 to 4 seconds. His spikes go back up, which you can actually connect a box to. So I guess that's the intended way to reach that XP in the trees. We just charge over that. I think the intended solution is to place it that way, to make a little bridge. We don't care. We shove him into the spikes, which is always fun. Tether these together. And there is a fountain which only activates when this is pushed down. So we get a box, angle at 45 degrees. It activates both water wheels, but there's a third one. So we switch to Pontius and reflect the water from one of the streams. Which activates this door, leading to the last section, which is the fight. You can get one-hit kills by charging or wind-bursting boxes or other objects into enemies. There's a lot of these, what are called mosquitoes, I think. I think the best tactic is to try and hit the mosquitoes so that they fall in the knights. Because you just saw it damage them. And obviously to time any ranged attacks with Pontius' shield. You can also just knock them out of the air.
Give it up, Lady Sunny. We're bringing you in.
Dear heroes, you may feel confused right now, but please calm down. The great
How'd you get up there?
Council has decreed that your heroic powers should be
I guess it was the
confiscated
floating
by our
platforms.
government. The machine you stepped in was supposed to remove the powers of the artifact of soul from you. These powers which bind you three together and allow your essences to endure any adversity. Powers which you stole from the Astral Academy.
What?
Man, they didn't even know what it did. They just happened upon it by accident in Trine 1, and they got stuck to it.
Trine
As,
was
like,
the
as soon as
person
they touched
who
it,
chose us as successors to her powers.
How do we know these are not lies spun by a master thief?
because you can ask Pontius. He is, like, incapable of lying.
We're the heroes of Trine. We do only good things.
Really? Last I heard, one of you used your fame to get free rooms at an inn, and another one.
Margaret's the one who sent him there.
Infamous career in petty thievery.
She's an entrepreneur.
Since Sir Pontius actually uses his powers for good, I'm willing to be merciful. If you present yourselves in front of the Great Council for judgment.
Thinking of Michael from GTA 5 when he's like, how magnanimous.
Distraught by the news delivered to
You
them by
motherfucker.
Lady Sunshine Crownsdale, the three heroes set out on the long road leading back to town. They would have to find their way up to the royal castle, where they could present their arguments to the Great Council. The mystical powers of Trine belong to our three beloved heroes, and there was to be no doubt about that.
I like the way he enunciates that part. I always expect there to be a cutscene.
Situation sounds very
Uh,
serious.
We'll go up to the castle and let the Great Council know that Lady Trine is insane and dangerous.
For this level, I think I'm just going to attempt to do my normal speed run. You can switch off, like I just did, since both Pontius's charge and Windburst have a cooldown. If you need to quickly throw an object or send it flying twice, then you can use both of them. You can just charge right over the spike pit. There's a puzzle down here. We're going to skip it. Whoops. Charge across that, windburst up. And there's a platform just off camera, but we can reach it. Not always great at timing this part out. Oh, that's not actually... Okay, I see. The intended solution, I think, is to stick a plank here and then not do that. Make a little rope bridge. And then use one of these boxes to get stopped by the plank. And then you have just enough room to make another rope bridge with Zoya. But instead, didn't quite make it, but you can stop yourself against the flow of the river with Zoya until the cooldown resets. Just charge over all of that.
Surrender.
In your first encounter with a heavy knight or whatever it is,
Offense.
you have to hit him from behind or the side.
Destroy.
And because you don't have fire arrows yet, explosive barrels, you have to light with a torch. You have a puzzle here, obviously. I believe the intended solution is the water will put out the barrel. Just to put a plank there to reroute it. We just windburst up, ignoring all of that. Now on New Game Plus, we could summon an iron ball to break that, but here we need this rock to break that. Another windburst. And then the first of the individual character side quests.
Wait, I need a moment. There's a pebble in my shoe and something in my eye.
Take your time, wizard.
I'll look around while we wait.
In which Pontius gets his sword throw thing. To use this damn seesaw 3 times, once to break it, and I'll come back here. And then again to put the rock up on the next level, and then again to get ourselves up there. Then we can break that. And then we get the skill. Test something. No, not quite high enough. Now with this, any non-movable flat wall face, you can stick the sword in, and it gives you a bounce platform to get higher. Oops. That's the end of that. Hello, thank you. Here, I think their intended solution is to use a sword throw and then hang from it with Zoya, but we can ignore that shit and just use Windburst. Ignore all that. Screw that up. Skip that puzzle. And then this one, we can stick a plank right side up, which will hold as long as you don't, you know, run into it. And even grapple to the top with Zoya briefly enough to get over. Make it to the other side.
Enemies.
Quick solve that.
Ranged.
There's really no penalty for dying on this difficulty, so you can be pretty cavalier. With just ignoring the enemies.
Alert.
Using the sword throw to hold down a button. More wind bursting. A fight. There's actually an achievement. I feel like I have to mention this. If you grab this pie and take it to the end of the level, you get an achievement for it. Needless to say, I already have it. It also floats into the distance, which I always find funny. How strange, my chat is wanting me to sign in. Join Twitch today? The hell is it talking about? That's peculiar. Okay. And she plans to destroy the Astral Academy with these magic bombs that only destroy stone and wood, but not people for some reason. I don't understand the mechanics of that, but okay. It's magic. It's a pretty big event, since the Astral Academy has been like a centerpiece of all of the Trine titles. Yeah, I am. Yeah, it's going pretty good. This is the first streams in which I'm not so focused on speedrunning and just explaining the tactics used in Trine 5 speedrunning, which is basically a dead game. But it's fun.
After the sun had set. But the way through the streets and up to the castle would be riddled with danger. The Clockwork Knight.
Yeah, I'm gonna start skipping the narration. Now they need to reach the Great Council to tell them that Lady Sunny is evil.
You can use the back alleys to get to the castle without going too only if you ask me questions like that.
Just gonna skip all of this.
So far, so good.
You still have to do these puzzles because it's not New Game Plus. But they're pretty short. And after cutscenes, while they're still before they fade back in, you can actually start moving. This puzzle, which normally takes, I don't know, 30 seconds, you can wind burst through the gate if you get it right. So that's another puzzle skipped.
You two sit tight while I investigate something.
But because it's not New Game Plus, we have to do Zoya's side quest. Yes. Sorry, it pauses the game automatically if it loses focus.
Just a special message left for her by her assistants. It seems the Guild of Entrepreneurs had some surprise.
I wish I had Thief's Aid right now. I'm playing on PC. Still have to do this puzzle, which I just screwed up, I think. If I can knock this box back into position. Because it has to rest against the button. Yeah, close enough. Because we don't have fire arrows, we've got to shoot through the torch. Oh, I barely ever stream, so far it's only been Trine 5.
Well, well, well. The guild is unusually open-handed tonight. Suppose have the bounce.
Zoya received her bouncy arrow upgrade. Now it can reflect a single time to hit things around corners. That was totally on purpose to manipulate RNG. Thank you.
Back again.
Appreciate it. Another gate that is not locked down, with you can use Windburst to get through. There's not a huge number of them, but they're every few levels there's at least one or two, but there's like 3 or 4. Actually, it might be almost all the gates in this level you can just windburst open. It's a fairly short level. I think my best time is just under 3 minutes. Can't windburst that gate, however.
Oh, we've helped keep the place safe and stable with the powers of Trine.
Didn't quite make it. Oh, sure, I wouldn't mind taking a look. Thanks. This gate is also...
That doesn't sound at all like the heroes of
Now in New Game Plus, since you have fire arrows, you can just activate that immediately, but because this is not New Game Plus, we have to do the puzzle. Lighting one torch first, and then the other. A little lower. And then there's a scripted fight, which you do not have to do, because you can get on top of this. And that's the end. See. Should be...
The royal castle had long ceased to be the home of kings and queens. Ever since the monarchy had collapsed, when the last king was possessed and turned into a frightful spectre.
Whoops. Did not mean to quit there.
The royal castle had long ceased to be the home of kings and queens.
I have a feeling I'm going to slowly speed up. Whoa, that's the wrong checkpoint. What the hell? Did I just discover a skip? That's... That's a giant fucking skip if that's... If all you have to do is quit to the main menu and then continue. My god. That's almost the whole level.
The royal castle had long ceased to be the home of kings and queens.
That... What the hell? If that's repeatable, that's nuts. We skipped that puzzle. And most of the level, apparently? What the shit? You have this very, very easy puzzle, but to do it very quickly, let's see, because object rotation is locked to 45 degrees, you have to hold an object against something and then let it fall. That's typically how it goes, is it lands on that platform, but from there all you have to do is grab it with Zoya and pull it in. Which is even not getting a hole-in-one, still faster than... Wait a second. Oh, that's broken. Now see, Amadeus should have... he should be able to conjure iron balls from his skill quest. And he does not have them. But there's a fight coming up, and that's the end of the level. That is weird. Yeah, see, it didn't unlock it. I wonder what that means for the next one. Because he doesn't unlock... Let's see. He doesn't unlock that one until Brackenridge Path, which allows him to magnetize two objects together. So I wonder if unlocking that will retroactively unlock that. This is weird. This is so weird.
Rise and shine. Enemies. On guard. Ranged. Alarm.
Yeah, see, Pontius's shield just broke from taking damage. And that's the end of that. Now we just run to the end.
That smoking skunk again.
I will check, but... No, that's it.
Ah, the heroes of Trine. And not a moment too soon. Lady Sunshine Crownsdale has done something with the great council members. They have all disappeared, and I hear the wizards aren't doing too well either.
No! She has literally obliterated the Astral Academy.
Wait, who are you?
Oh, I'm just a humble civil servant and engineer. Lord Godric's the name.
He's literally giving them a Kubrick stare.
Lady Crownsdale controls the Clockwork Knights that do her bidding. There's a device in the tallest tower here in town which sends
I don't know why
their orders. If you could
Zoya
destroy the device,
goes along with
the
this.
Clockwork Knights would be harmless, and Lady Sunny would be without
She's
her
supposed to be the
armies.
cynical one.
How did you come by this piece of information?
I beg your pardon, madam. Do you doubt me?
And he immediately gets
I'm a
defensive.
civil projects engineer. It is my business to know these things.
Let's go and destroy that infernal machine!
Of course, Pontius leads the charge because
The
he's...
best of luck to you. May you reach the top
Well,
of that tower.
let's call it sincere.
Following the advice given to them by Lord Goderic, the three heroes headed for the tallest
I'll have to
tower.
check it after
There,
the
on
stream.
top of the tower, the heroes would be able to turn off all the villainous Clockwork Knights.
Where did all these Clockwork Knights come from?
The big old council decided to man the town.
What am I doing? That's not the way we play this.
To the Bastion of Hope.
Who made the Clockwork Knights? Not really seeing Sonic,
Oh, there it is. Oh my god, that is a serious fucking skip I discovered. That is crazy.
Interesting question.
So Amadeus has his balls. It automatically unlocked after the level, even though we did not do any of this. That is gnarly. Okay. God damn, it's a big skip. Anyway. Yeah, sure thing. We stick a plank on end or a box. And we just take one of these floating boxes, summon another one, and hold it in place. So you kind of half do the puzzle. And now, because fortunately we do have iron balls, we can just wind burst it through the ceiling. Charge past that. Now we do have to do this puzzle. No wind bursting that gate. We have another levitating box, which has to press against that button, and both of these rings have to be pulled down to open the gate. So we tether one to a box, and if she'll do it, just hang from the other one. And there it is. With Amadeus, you can just give him back these little bombs. And that's it for him. I think it's possible to get up there from there, but you really have to have good timing, which I don't. Well, if it after a few attempts anyway. More wind bursting. And this part, which is always a big slowdown for me, I think it's just a little too far to charge with Pontius and then wind burst. I'm kind of in the middle of the stream. I can't check Instagram right now. I'm sorry. There's actually another puzzle up there, but we're skipping it, although there's a lot of XP. whenever this box switches between buttons, there's 2 doors that slide back and forth, and it's possible to wind burst at just the right time to knock one down and get inside there, like so. So that you can activate that button, which opens the door above. Whoops. What am I doing? I told you I'm bad at switching characters. Now there's a puzzle here as well, of sorts. There's just 2 levitating boxes that you'd normally activate and then take the elevator up, but we don't have to do that. Wind burst from there and go around the left side.
Enemies.
And
Ranged.
if you're good, you can make it to the other side without having to stick planks here. Let me give it another shot. Yep, just barely. And you shoot that to levitate it, and shoot through the torch to activate the button. And now we have a mini-boss, which is skippable entirely. But you have to do it off-camera, and it's a little tricky. It took me a little while to get it down, but this platform starts lowering once you enter it, and he flies in. Basically, there's a little door on the other side that, once you beat him, he flies away and knocks the little platform down so that you can climb through. But we can squeeze through by pushing ourselves with a box. But like I said, it's off camera. I guess you can kind of see it there. I stacked 2 boxes, and if you don't fall, you know you're there. You summon another box, move it around and push it against yourself, and you're in. The only thing is, the Gate Guardian's health bar is going to remain on the screen for the rest of the level, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't affect the gameplay. Wind burst to skip all of that. Sometimes Zoya vaults up, sometimes she doesn't. I can't figure out. It's like she won't do it from the edge. She'll only do it from close to the edge, like... You have to be kind of inside the plank, strangely. She won't do it from outside, from like where you'd expect, like there. But you can still jump. And you put an iron ball there, and wind burst some more to get to these platforms. Charged with Pontius, and at the last second, fuck you. Switched on Amadeus and wind burst. And there's a puzzle you have to quickly solve. All you do is rotate this clockwise with the levitating block. There is a collectible and, I don't know, 3 or 4 XP up there. We don't care though. We're gonna put a plank there, which will drag it down, come up with Zoya, and we have the next mini-boss. He throws these little white, or yellow projectiles that you have to reflect back with Pontius' shield. On New Game Plus, all of these enemies you can just spam with fire arrows. Come on. There we go. And that uncovers this magnet. And we've already checked, but it does not seem to be possible to skip the fight, even though you have this big open area and you think you could just wind burst over. They did seem to remember to have clipping preventing you from reaching that platform until the boss is defeated. So there might still be a way, just like the other mini-boss I skipped, so who knows? There's another elevator like the other one, but you have to put the blocks in. It's hard to stack these without object lock. Fuck. I screwed that up. Although all you have to do, there's a magnet up there they have to attach an object to for it to pull down. I think I just got it. Yep. And then you can wind burst, and then grapple with Zoya. Even easier on New Game Plus because you have object lock, which allows you to keep an object in its position regardless of physics.
This is quite an elaborate tunnel. Building this took years.
And with this, it's definitely possible to charge with Pontius and then wind burst, but I'm not great at it, so I typically just stick a plank or box there, get the rest of the way. Whoops. Another wind burst, and we're at the final boss. Or after this elevator. I am still astounded by that skip. Again, you can block the bombs to do damage. He also shoots the projectiles. And you can hit him with fire if you shoot through his fire attack. Missed it. On New Game Plus, I'd just be spamming fire arrows at him. Got him again. And that's the end of him. And the end of the level.
Alright, now we destroy this device and all the Clockwork Knights should stop working.
And they destroy half the town. Because obviously the device they destroyed was not controlling the Clockwork Knights. It was a bomb. They set us up the bomb. Sunny's theme again.
You two made it look like we destroyed everything.
But you won't get away with this.
What an inspired tirade. Please, we all saw you setting up the device and destroying our beloved town. Just as you did with the Astral Academy.
What's stopping me from
My cat is waving her tail in my face.
Apart from the
Excuse
fact
me.
that you're a well-known hero and do-gooder.
No! Please, we'll do what you want.
It's all right.
I love Pontius here.
Only hats. They won't harm us. We'll defeat
They're only hats.
They have my children.
Not understanding the implication. Don't be afraid of them, they're just hats. Rabble, rabble, rabble. I swear those animations make them look like they're background characters in Street Fighter.
Oh, yes. We
And vaguely gesticulating.
Will soon be tried for high treason.
Are they cheering? Are they mad? Can't tell. Could be anything.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Things did not seem good at all for the kingdom, or for Amadeus, Pontius, and Zoya. The Clockwork Knights led our heroes to underground prison cells that had been spared from all the destruction. There, no light of day would reach them, while they'd wait for what Lady Sunny and Lord Godric would do with them next.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Okay, I had to send a link and change the temperature because it is getting cold.
Finally, these fools are where they truly belong.
And it won't be too long before I figure out how to transfer their powers away from them.
Forget about their powers, Godric. With the wizard's children, we've no need to spend time and resources on how to extract the enchantment of soul. The heroes of Trine are harmless. Our clockwork army needs your attention.
So, I guess they are getting away with this.
And the return of the librarian. I swear I have seen that animation used elsewhere. I just cannot put my finger on it.
Who's there?
Whoops. There's a quick puzzle solve. Both of these have to be pulled down to open the gate. But you can just switch to Pontius and charge through. And I have some unused points, so we're gonna get... Usually go for Kite Shield. In terms of speedrunning, or shield sliding is pretty useful. It's kind of an alternative to using invincibility frames to get over electrified or spiked, or not electrified floors, spiked floors. But usually you can just use Windburst Leap for that. And Wall Jump. Which I'm very glad that they brought back. They introduced that in Trine 3, removed it. Nobody had it. All 3 characters had Wall Jump. In Trine 3, no characters had it in 4. They brought it back for Zoya here, at least. We save that spiky ball, because we will need it. Break the boards. Stick a box here. And light this torch. So that we can light that torch. Now we take our spiky ball with us, as there will be a fight once we drop down, consisting of, I think, the first appearance of, well, not the first, besides Pontius's intro level, undead skeletons, much like Trine 1. But there's always an undead necromancer that's controlling them, and they keep respawning until you kill the necromancer. But we can get around all of that by holding the spiky ball here and knocking it through the floor. And that fight is skipped. And we can kill the rats, which is a public service, I would say. And if you can get the spiky ball past these bars, we still haven't found a good setup for it. There we go. You can hold it. It can't be resting on the floor. It has to be just above so it can get a little momentum in order to break it. There we go. Otherwise, you need to use that to get 2 explosive barrels, stack them, and then do that to destroy the floor. Whoops. That's fine. Yay, jump in the spikes, please. Oh boy, more asshole advertisers. since this is on easy and there's no penalty for dying, except for a little wasted time, most enemies you don't really have to worry about. But you have to put out both torches to open this, unless... I recently found another skip in a later level, but yeah, I wouldn't think so. Okay. All I do is flip the plank, and that knocks at least one particle of water onto the torch. There's some XP there. Little puzzle here. You have to light that torch with this, but there's obviously water in the way, which puts out the fire. So, need to grab the pipes. So that takes care of that stream. And then stick a plank right about there. And that takes care of that one. Now Zoya has
Gentle heroes, excuse me for a moment?
a solo quest. Need to ban this prick. Oh, they're already gone. Thanks for the drive-by.
They'll get over it. Now, let's see these arrows.
Now this one, normally you would break the rope that way, and then pull this out and hook it to that. But if you pull it out just a little bit, and then grab the edge, you can clip through. And you can see the librarian off in the distance there, which is kind of neat. Wasn't quite close enough. Another little puzzle to light torches. You can get that one very easily. Then this one. And this one. And then if you line up this one correctly, there. And she gets her elemental arrows finally.
Why, hello there, pretties.
So now we have both fire and ice arrows. Quick, you can make an ice raft, which you can do with ice arrows in any water, any body of water. Pull the lever to raise it, make another one. Whoops. Unlike Trine 4, you have to fully have the arrow, what is it called, knocked, in order for the elemental effect to happen. With Trine 4, you could just shoot them off and they'd have their desired effect. You have to stand here, wait for this to come down, then freeze it in place. And if you have wall jump, you can use that to get up here. Otherwise, you have to use the fire arrow to unfreeze it in order to be able to get up. And that's the end of her sojourn. And she says, ugh, here, if you light this. I never knew why. I played it like 5 times, and then I finally looked. That is blah, indeed.
I got new arrows.
I did not realize. Like, what is she saying that about? Is it because it's musty? Selective blindness. You have to grab that bar up there in order to open the gate, but you do not want to use Windburst, because as you can see, it'll throw it up into the ceiling and you'll be soft locked.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
So you want to just use a regular box and jump up. More Windburst leap. For this, you just barely touch the water wheel. And then you grab this cap to stop the water. Now there's still water on the floor, so this won't stay lit, and you don't want to wait for it if you're speedrunning. So I usually pull it over here, light it, and then hold it just above. You can kind of see the radius at which it'll do damage. And then you want to play, what is it called? That old Windows game. Pipe Dream. That's the wrong way. You'd think I'd remember after this many times. I stick a ball there ahead of time. It lowers the level. I can never make that. Not sure it's possible. And now here, you have to light that torch, but you have all this water, so you remove this to lower the level. And then you create an ice flow. And then I put the pipe on top of it, torch lit. Whoops. Another bug. And now there is a fight coming up. Once you get past that platform, or about halfway in, we're going to set up for a big jump that we need to make. I'm going to switch to Pontius, make sure I have 2 boxes stacked. And as you can see, it starts the cutscene right when I get there. And now there is a area to the right and up with a couple of handholds that we want to reach. So we're going to charge with Pontius, and then switch to Amadeus and Windburst. And I did not make it. But we can retry. There. No! Sometimes I just don't have it. Okay, made it that time. Now that's a really important fight to skip, because not only do you fight the undead, but some rat gang members come in, you fight them, and then another undead necromancer appears. So it's a good, like, minute at least. So even if it takes 3 attempts, it's still quicker than going through the fight. And here you hang on to that, pull it down, freeze it, stick a plank here, light this torch, and then ricochet off of it to unfreeze that. If I can hit it. Oh my god. There we go. Which changes the gates again, and now you can go forward. Now you can get through this early by charging with Pontius and wind bursting, so you don't have to wait until it goes all the way down. Whoops. I'll put a plank here. You can just get up easily. This is the last little section, in which this controls where that bar is. If you have it about there, you can wind burst up to it. But there's a little gap, so. Plenty of XP I skipped over, but it doesn't matter, we don't need it.
You can get out through here.
Yet.
It's an old smuggler's tunnel. Thank you. Good luck.
I really don't need a live split on screen. I think it's not like I'm timing anything.
To their own devices now. The 3 heroes would have to make their escape through the forlorn underground.
My splits have been updated.
And not only that, but
no, I don't think that's true.
Devise a plan for what to do next. But there seemed to be little hope left, with the kingdom overrun by Lady Sunny and Lord Goderic and their metallic minions.
Air down here is not exactly fresh.
It'll do. Let's get on with our grand prisoners.
Escape? Not very heroic now, is it?
There's a lot of rat gang here to fight. That was a mistake. I mean, that was on purpose to manipulate RNG. Freeze that button. And take a swim under here. There's nothing in the center section, by the way. You can just make that jump with Wind Burst exploit. I like to do this just for the hell of it, just to practice plank jumping. I could have switched to Pontius and made that. I need to do that more often, actually, because my time on this level is usually not great. Oops. Totally intentional. You make an airstream going that way, and you put a plank vertically in it. And the thing with the airstreams, whichever direction they're going, just like in Trine 4, they'll grab the center mass of an object and just hold it in place. And then you reflect an arrow off of that to pull up this lever, which floods the area we were just in that we have to go back through. Another little sequence it would be real nice to have a skip for. But I just found that big one in Royal Castle, so... We have first rat gangs coming up. I wind burst these spiky balls. And you use a combination of charging, rolling, wind burst, whatever to get up that thing. The slippery slope. And normally you would ride these bubbles up to where you need to get to. Whoops. But we're going to take one. We're going to stick it to a plank, and we're going to fly. That is an exploit that there aren't many places to use it. A lot of places where there are spiky balls are kind of enclosed, and there's not a big open area that you can cross quickly. There's a big one in one of the later levels, Bastion of Hope. And here, if we can successfully take it with us, because there's a chain. And we got it. Now we're gonna knock him into it and not get killed ourselves by it. Put another plank on it and continue on. Whoops. I've just stuck myself to another object. Okay. That's unfortunately as far as you can go with it, so we're discarding it. We'll put a plank at 45 degrees and a box. Let it drop a little bit and hold that button in place, because both need to be pressed for the gate to open. Another pipe puzzle. We need that piece. We're gonna get rid of the cap because it gets in the way. I'm gonna put this T section there, that there, and this here. You can probably guess what needs to happen. Box, plank, and then the last button. And apparently this is an area from Trine 2. Reimagined, I guess. Trine 2 was pretty fun. Well, they kind of went overboard with the achievements. It's the only title I don't have all achievements on. I'm gonna freeze that button. hang from this, which opens the hatch. Unfreeze it, we can drop through just before it closes, and then it opens again for some reason. And I have checked to see if there's a way to hit those barrels through the wall. But as yet, it does not seem possible, because when we detonate them, it blows up the wall. We come through with that object, which activates the elevator. But it's another potential skip that I would really like. Sometimes they detonate instantly. Usually they don't. I'm not sure what determines it. And once it starts lowering, you can actually stomp to make it go quicker. There's a puzzle off to the left, where they normally are. If you hit a button underwater. For some more XP, that would be 9, I guess. And a collectible, if you solve this. Getting all of these pipes to line up, but we don't need to. There's also XP up there. We're going to freeze this button real quick. And skip that fight. Now we make like Indiana Jones, run from a big ball. Take this piece to divert the airstream, and the bubble moves the platform up for us. Gonna do another plank jump because I feel like it. Gonna blow that up, which breaks the gate. Now we stomp that with Pontius, which unleashes another, allowing us to break that wall. And of course the bars stop you from using an iron ball. Now there's an elevator. Rat Gang will show up. Why can I not select things? Strange. Doesn't want to cooperate. Bugs that are probably fixed in the current version, which is 1.04, but then we wouldn't have Windburst Sleep, or the exploit version, and that's a no-go. Potent elemental arrows is pretty important for Zoya. So I'll just wait. XP there. We can disregard them. Little puzzle you have to do. Tether this to the ball with Zoya. Pull it out. Put the gear in place. Elevator continues down. The rats actually die off screen. I'm not sure why. But I'll take it. This crashes through the glass. Got a spiky ball that we can hit the rats with. And the Necromancer, who, like I said, changes position all the way down here. And we fire this to blow that up. XP here. And then a big tentacle monster comes out. We want it to break this for us. Burst leaps. We want it to break that. Oh yeah, that's his what is it called? Shield sliding. Faster than walking, not as fast as charging. But it's hands-free, which is nice. Very, very easy puzzle. You hit both of these twice and stomp on the thing, and it's done. There's a hard puzzle mode as well, and this puzzle was not changed for it for some reason. Still super easy.
Astrolabe reminds me that there's an outpost of the Astral Academy. It might be since the
Help us? How? Well, the kingdom is already in ruins.
Well, they can't fix the kingdom, but one of them is... Well, she's a seer of sorts. She left the academy after an argument about beekeeping policies, but Barbara is actually really good. And nice, and I think she would try to help us.
Well, it does sound better than doing nothing.
Then our next course of action is to get to the Astral Observatory.
Observatory?
The smuggler tunnels ended at last, but the heroes found themselves in a new sort of cave.
A gemstone cave, or gemstone caverns.
These tunnels were crawling with members of the Rat
They're
Gang,
absolutely lousy with the Rat
villainous
Gang.
thugs who had taken it upon themselves to usurp Zoya's Guild of Entrepreneurs.
I'd like to point out that no one in my guild self-identifies as villainous. Mostly, we're just antagonistic.
That's kind of weird. I was not under the impression that the heroes of Trine can hear the narrator this whole time, because she responds to him directly. Maybe it happens other times and I just haven't noticed. There's a lot of light sensors that you use your shield to reflect. This is where Zoya's roll comes into play. Or you can just jump over him. Don't have to fight giant mongoloid rat gang dude. Oh right, this is not New Game Plus. Okay, so to do this one, sword throw, box, tether, reflect. Pontius later gets a skill that allows him to emit a beam of light from his shield, which can activate those sensors. I did not wait for the cooldown. I switched the wrong character. And there's a quick puzzle here. Plank. Disconnect that. Box. 45 degrees for the reflecty box. They all magnetize to each other. And deactivate that. Now Pontius is a solo mission.
Pontius, why don't you go take a look at what's down there?
Me? Why not you?
I can't do everything around here, and you could do with a little bit of adventure.
Bring me a fireball spell if you find one.
Whoops. Went a little too far there. Activate that button. Fall. Manipulate RNG. Now Pontius has the... I never remember what it's called. The Prismatic Talisman. Pontius's clone. And if you aim his shield up, you can get a platform wherever you need it. He also drops through gates, and then you can control him at the same time to activate things like buttons, or to block fire flowers for you. These need to be hit at the same time, so we activate them again. There's extra XP through there, but now we can look at it, why not? You can just charge through that. It's meant to, I think, you know, have your clone stand there to hold it open, but... And you stomp this down a few times, and you got some XP. I guess we do have to... But you can send it through gates, which is nice. Just like this one. Activate the light and reflect it off of his shield to Pontius's. And that's it. Here is he.
So I guess they were out of fireballs.
So, let's see the doodad in action.
There's kind of a running joke since the first game that Amadeus is a wizard, but unlike, I guess, the popular conception of wizards, he cannot throw fireballs. And I feel like it's a veiled reference to impotence. Maybe. Because all 3 of his children can. Summon fireballs. You can also fight enemies with this clone. Double teaming him, I guess you could say. There's a fight here if you wait too long. But if you get underneath, you don't have to do anything. And then there is a... How the hell do you get up there? Oh, I'll use wall jump, but... A collectible and XP straight up that you use these and conjured objects to reach. We're not gonna bother with it though. You grab this block. You freeze this. Maybe you don't really have to, but it makes it easier to get his clone over there. More XP up there, obviously. Knock him into the lava, which is always fun. Another one appears. Now, the other speedrunner of this is able to cross this gap without using this little vehicle. I have not been able to successfully do it thus far. It's just barely reachable if you do it perfectly, but otherwise you connect it to those wheels and you can put it like halfway and then get the rest of the way, so not too much of a time sink. Summon a ball, tether it, break to the left. Kill them or disregard them. Break that. And then you bounce the light off of them in kind of a star shape, which causes them to move, putting you through. And then a fight that is technically skippable, but it's kind of difficult because it's off screen. But I'm going to try. Oh wait, we don't have... This is not New Game Plus, so... I have no clue where my clone is right now. Oh well. I'll see how far I made it once I deal with this. XP in there if you send in Pontius's clone.
Fighting our way through rats to get out of this cave?
No.
Man, I really didn't make it.
I want to hear more about Amadeus and Margaret.
Please.
Now see, the camera is triggered by the condition of a fight being completed or your position on your position in the level, as opposed to the camera dynamically following you no matter where you are. So you can't see what you're doing. But this is much more doable in New Game Plus because you can just send a light beam from your shield. So you have to do that. And then freeze it with Zoya. And then activate him again, send him over to reflect the light. And then you reflect it against the door and hit that. Doing that off screen is fucking hard. I've managed to do it on New Game Plus, but not any percent. And now here you can jump from little cart to cart over to the left and work your way up, but we're just going to skip that. There's a little platform here. I have no clue what it's for because there's no XP. It's almost like it was made for speedrunning. You can just about reach that. And that skips the whole left side of the level. Or this little section of it anyway. You hit this 3 times by stomping. And then just run up and you're out.
Ah, out of the tunnels of past.
Been a while since we had any of that. While traipsing through forgotten tunnels, the heroes had learned the true depth of deception their adversaries were capable of. Sunny and Godric's cold and calculated plans had obliterated the kingdom overnight. And so Amadeus, Pontius, and Zoya had found themselves stumbling in the dark, more lost than ever before. But now they were approaching the hills, leading them up to the Astral Observatory, and perhaps some direly needed assistance.
Now we have Brackenridge Path.
Astral Observatory is somewhere up in these hills.
So there must be a road or a path somewhere that leads to it.
I wouldn't be too sure. They work magic after all. They don't need roads.
Seems like we've some climbing to do.
And right at the start, kind of like the old Trine titles, they hid some XP.
So
Most levels do not have that.
I like the sound of it.
More like, there are reasons why these people are all away.
Just look at this. I guess not everything.
Have a quick puzzle. Put balls on these 2 anchors. You stick a sword there. They both have to be pulled in. So you tether that one, and then you tether the other one. And it opens. There's XP there. Very, very easy fight skips here. And a little puzzle that we don't have to give the time of day.
I'm just saying.
Oops. There's also a puzzle. I say puzzle, but it's, whoops. It's incredibly simple. That's just to help you get back out. All you have to do is freeze the button. If I can find an angle. So when you step on the button, it pulls the XP up into the ceiling. But you can do it that way too. And that's 5 XP and a collectible. Whatever it is. If you feel the need to get it. I get fucked up by this part regularly. For some reason. It's not even that hard. You stop to open this. And a slightly tricky puzzle. You've got these blocking this that you need to attach to that anchor. So I stick a box there to hold it in place. Another box here, anchored to that pulley thing. Pull it out, stand in front of the box so it doesn't slide back, and pull it out. Another fight skip. And a solo Amadeus checkpoint.
See what it's all about. Holler if you need us.
Have fun with your wizard quest.
Upon the mist-ridden forest paths, Amadeus discovered this.
Old cloud mountain magic.
Nope, not quite. Didn't put it quite high enough.
Levitation enchantment studies.
Another puzzle. We're going to skip it. We're going to go up and over. And now he gets his magnetizing ability. Little puzzle you have to solve. All you need to do is stick 2 planks together. Push those down. And normally you might put a plank here and then jump off. Oh my god. That's funny. But we're just going to jump off and wind burst. And then normally you put this here to pull a little thing to you. That you ride off into the distance. But the trigger is very close. so you don't even have to reach it.
Your brave
You
wizard
just get far enough and it fades out.
Well done, Amadeus.
There's a puzzle off to the left, as they always are. With the collectible, you shoot that one, then jump. Don't care. Already have it. Here you can charge and wind burst XP up there. Another puzzle we skip. Oop. Oh. Can get kite shield now. We get to this highest little platform and wind burst up and then fail totally on purpose. There we go. Now this is a puzzle skip that I actually discovered. You want to make sure that you do not have trick shot enabled, because it'll cause your arrows to bounce more than once. And you want them to bounce just once and then stick. So normally this puzzle you'd put a plank on either side and then use this box to magnetize them together. And once they're like that, it opens that little hatch through which you can ricochet an arrow and break that rope. But, as it turns out, if you hit this door just right, you can break the arrow. Break the arrow. Break the rope with an arrow. It is finicky as hell. I am lucky to have gotten that on the first hit. The last few times it's taken me anywhere between the first hit and like 15 tries. At one point I actually gave up and started doing the puzzle, and then tried it once more and finally hit it. I think I have a guide on speedrun.com for Trine 5 on with both a video and a guide and screenshot on where you should approximately aim for. Two knights guarding, and that's it.
The villains are already here.
They might have captured every last wizard already.
No, we're not giving up after coming all this way. Get ready.
Just open the door with that, and you're done with the level.
The heroes had hoped to find help from the Astral Observatory, to find some way of fighting back the Clockwork Palace. But the mechanical knights had already found the last remaining free wizards in the realm. Fearing they might be too late, the heroes of Trine charged up the hill towards the stargazing tower and their enemies.
This is a level I have just not been able to beat 7 minutes on,
Be quick about it.
for whatever reason.
Door after door up here, but it won't hold them up for long.
Hello, Barbara. It's Barbara, right?
Amadeus! They didn't get you!
No, we're coming up.
Despite finding a fight skip.
So this is what an observatory looks like.
There's only sun to bother blowing this place up.
They have a lot of light puzzles in here. Gonna use shield slide, or shield surf, whatever the hell it's called. Freeze that. Use Pontius's clone to get one of them, and the other. And this is the fight skip. Go over to the right here. Stomp, so that you can grab this. And we don't have to deal with any of it. Now we stick this on the first one. Take it off. First one again. And the second one. Now, magnetize about there. Stick a plank near it, or next to it, and then around the same position there. Use Pontius's clone, and make it kind of an M. Freeze one of these in place so you can get across. Using Zoya's invincibility with her roll, you can just roll under the red beams. We entirely skip this puzzle because it's unnecessary. It doesn't open anything. All it does is start rotating the little planets so you can get the XP. A kind of fight skip, but there's nothing stopping you from just going, so. Now here you use Pontius's clone, and then change his direction to hit that. And this one you do have to do, but it's short. Freeze the button, and activate that thing. And I'll just slide through the red beam. Now here, there's a red beam projector thing right under this ledge that you can kill all the knights with. So I just grab it and then stay under here, and they all run into it. For some reason, just spawning out of nowhere and flying across the room. Probably another bug related to the version. Put one one reflector there, and then one on each side. So they split it into 3 beams. Which opens this. Goodbye. Freeze that gear. Freeze that to open that. Let's see. You can charge across, and just like with everything, a combination of Pontius' charge and Amadeus' windburst leap. And then freeze it so that it reflects off and lowers that. These mechanical spiders, you can just break the roof and get past him. You don't have to kill him. Unless you want to. And these, you hit one and then the other in succession, but wait for them to stop before hitting the other one, or it can screw up the puzzle by just moving one at a time. Oh, and there's extra. There's a collectible. Not on this one, on the last one. If you were to ride the planets up to the top and then, but not this one, the last one, I forgot to point it out. Just smash through the 4 there, disregard knights, break that. Quick and easy puzzle. Replace the barrel with a planet. Cutscene. It opens the door. Put an object there to complete the circuit. Take an elevator. Get there slightly faster, not really. And you got the final boss. Or the boss of the level, anyway. Not the final boss. And each time you just hold an object to complete the circuit between that generator up there, which causes him to buckle forwards, and you can hit him a couple times. Then these open with little platforms. Which enables this again. That's the second phase. 8 of these drop each time. I think. And he creates this kind of shield so you can hit them with fire arrows and reflect his shots with the shield. And you can put a... oh, wait. Shit. And he finally breaks it. It goes through a few more phases. And then creates these platforms. There's a time limit before they start getting electrocuted. You just break his hands. Like I said, you can roll through damage. And that's that.
Well, this is new.
It's magical. It must be the source of the Clockwork Wizard's powers.
Oh, thank the bees you three are here. I need you to go save Helga and
Thank the
Valerius before
bees.
those monsters steal their magic powers.
What, does it look like we're doing a charity rescue run? We've our own small wizards to save.
Ah, Barbara, we really need your help. My children have been kidnapped. Do you have any idea where they could be?
But of course I'll help you. Right after you go rescue Helga and Valerius.
We don't have time to go rescue every wizard who can't take care of themselves.
Amadeus, think about Helga and Valerius and his stone-turning magic. Do you think your quest will be easier with clockwork knights turning both their powers against you?
That does sound bad.
We'll have to fight them anyway.
Help as much if we sat next to garden gnomes on Lady Sunny's lawn.
Then it's settled. You go after my friends towards the Bastion of Hope. Let me tell you what I know.
I don't know anything. Goodbye.
A wizard of the lone Astral Observatory instructed the heroes where they should go next. The tea-reading seeress directed them to the Bastion of Hope, the proud home of the red-cloaked true knights of the kingdom.
But first, Autumn
First
Woods.
of all, the hero... Lady Sunny is running around stealing magics and poisons.
That's what she was trying to do to us back at that shaman ceremony in the Astral. Wait.
Got a little water puzzle here. In order to route the water to this plant, which will give you stepping platforms to reach the thing. However, you know the drill. There it is. If I have enough for object lock. Damn. Now you can arbitrarily enable and disable skills, fortunately so. If you need something, you can disable one to get some points back.
Yes, I suppose.
So object lock causes the plank to just stay upright no matter where you put it. Make a rope bridge there. Pontius's clone, reflect the water. There is a puzzle in the tree under there and a collectible. Whoops, not what I meant to do. Totally intentional. Pull this door down, freeze it, or just go over it. Send his clone through and point his shield at the rope so you can break it.
I sense treasure.
Solo Zoya quest.
There's something up that tree.
How can you both...
With her keen eyesight, Zoya caught a glimpse of a mysterious place hidden in the tops of trees.
You have to freeze the log when it's down so you can reach the bar, and then unfreeze it so that the projectiles don't hit you, or not. Doesn't really matter. Break that. Freeze that platform. Pull this out. Freeze it. Rope bridge. Just to be sure. No, it's way too high. Let this drop a little bit and freeze it. Kill the rat gang. Pull the lever that appears out of nowhere.
Free, little darling.
The fox presses a button for you, which is kind of fun. And then you get fox rope. And I need nicotine. Okay.
Alright.
Fox rope allows you to teleport. Anything you can grapple to. Surprisingly, there's not that many places
Something else.
you can use it in speedrunning this, though. Not that I found, anyway. Pull this, freeze it. Box rope to that. Rope bridge. Pull this back. Tether that. Box rope. They clearly want to make sure you understand how it works, even though it's not that important of a skill. And then you ride this down. That's that.
I found something useful.
Here's hoping it gets us out of these woods.
That also gives you an opportunity to buy Thief's Aid, which is a little drone that you can throw up, which is extremely useful in New Game Plus. Mostly in Zoya's introductory level, but there's other places as well. The final boss, Zoya, is very, very OP. You can just about use her like 2/3 of the time and Pontius the rest. Amadeus doesn't have much to do. Nothing stopping you from ignoring that fight. And you grab this box. Box rope. Now you have this puzzle, which normally I think you're supposed to send in Pontius's clone. Have him grab this to pull that down. And then freeze this, and then grab the box and push this in. And then fox rope real quick. However, what I think is a faster way is to just rotate the box until it pushes that up and pull it through. You pull this cart over. Send through Pontius's clone again to push the doors open. Disregard the rats. They're just rats after all. Do this stupid puzzle that I hate that gets me every damn time. Stick a plank there. Tether it. Put Pontius's clone under the water. And get a plank, another one, to send it into the bucket. And to not drop down too quickly, or the gas kills you. And this tree up ahead is going to fall, but you can beat it to the punch and die. And that's that level.
Prison. Give it a rest, Agnes.
Still angry you didn't get M for magical containment field?
Angry that you're not taking this seriously.
Look, Daddy and his friends will show up and rescue us. We just need to stay alive until then.
Well, he is taking his time, isn't he?
And with Julius, I think it's time we started planning our own way out.
Well, Lucius, any ideas on how to escape from the middle of the sky?
Too bad we can't use fireballs to float down to safety.
But we can commandeer the vessel with fireballs.
You can't even commandeer a horse and cart.
Yep, true.
Can't.
But my strengths lie in abstract planning. If you can't execute the plan, it's not my fault.
This is no time for fun and games. We have to be serious.
Everything in order here.
Yes, Mum.
Good. Let's make sure to keep it that way.
Only one obstacle now lay between the heroes and the Bastion of Hope.
Stupid Marshes. Official name. One of my least favorite levels. Partially because I suck at it.
The way it is. You take the road. I'm not sure where exactly that is.
The goop acts like quicksand. If you start falling into it, you're probably done for. Unless you're tethered to something like that. But it's best to just avoid touching it altogether. You just go ahead and push that with a plank, put another one there, disregard the knights. I switched to Zoya. Need to switch to Amadeus. There we go. I have such a bad habit of doing that. This part I need to get better at. I'm very, very slow at this. Okay. I have to light that. I need to rewatch the other guy's run to see what he does here. There's got to be a faster way. But you hit that, or you can stick another plank here. Light that so you can see the thing and tether it. Light that torch. Now there's an intended way to do this puzzle where you use a sword throw and then fox rope into it and then push the torch forwards so that it gets rid of the mist, and then fox rope to that ring you can barely see off to the right. However, you can just take a plank and put it about so, and skip it. Then here, 2 planks. As you can see, it really helps to have object lock by now. That is not what I meant to do. Two planks, one under the other, so there's enough room. Roll, and then go through. And another water puzzle. I put the planks at an angle so the water will roll down. And then put Pontius's clone angled like that. Grab this, pull it down. Funnily enough, you can wind burst the gate once it starts opening, but you can't just windburst it.
To an old knightly shrine. Little
Pontius
did
has a
Pontius
solo
know what would
quest.
happen when he stepped upon the torchlit path. He would have to trek through the eerie marshlands to get to the shrine dedicated to the founders of his might.
What am I doing?
The kingdom ground.
Oh, right, there's... You stomp and then immediately jump. You grab onto this, aim your shield up so you have a platform to fill the bucket. Kill some rats. Good. One of them fucking fell. Or two of them, I guess. Now we have the light beam. It's not required that you clear the fog. Except when there's an object, you can't interact with it until you clear it. It also has the effect of freezing objects in place. So it's used for some puzzles. I didn't get it in time. Or had the timing off. There's XP on top of this platform if you get up there. Why did I do that? Oh well. And then to make sure you understand the concept, the game has you do this puzzle, which requires you use the clone. Hold it in place with the light beam. It holds the rock in place. Then jump off and charge in the right place, that is. Breaking the wall, and that's his thing.
Time to move on. Also, I have a new magical thingamabobber. Lovely.
This, you just hold it up that way, fox rope. Just break this with an iron ball. Have a required fight.
Offense and range. Destroy. Range and range. Range.
Helga! Oh, Helga. I want you too.
Or did they, fancy pants?
Wait, what? How did you do that? Is the stone spell reversible?
You think I'd live with a wizard who turns other people to stone and not take any precautions? I made myself an amulet of protection. Too bad it
always the case with prototypes.
Any chance you have 3 of those to spare? We're going to try and save your friend, but that's not going to happen if we end up as garden gnomes.
Tall order, but I'll see what I can do. Meet me at the edge of the marsh before you storm the Bastion.
And it's not the end of the level, unfortunately. I just stick a object locked plank over there. And there's a fun little secret area here. You can fox rope in using the sword throw. And there are some, I'm not sure what you'd call them, simians of some sort. Collectible. Fill that, and then hit the rocks with the fire arrow, and it starts creating bubbles. Which you can ride out. And there's like 5 XP up there. Cat's tickling me. God damn it. Please. Activate the boat, and if you charge into it, it seems to make it go a little faster. And you have about 7 mosquitoes that spawn. I can't fucking stand them. As well as 2 knights. Oh, nice. Better aim than usual today. I say as I miss 15 times. Now it finally moves the fucking camera forward. Object lock. Some planks. Charge over. That's the end of the level. Voices are very quiet there. And now, Bastion of Hope.
Pontius had been looking forward to returning to the Bastion of Hope after...
One of the rare times you move objects that are off axis or off plane. Send a fire arrow there, and then you can just swing up and over. This puzzle, normally you want to magnetize a plank against those and hold them down with something, I forget exactly how, so that you can hit that rope with an arrow. But jump, wind burst, it sends them up into the roof. You have just enough room to climb through, break the rope, and drop down. I almost never do it this way. Let's see if I can get this. Hey, cool. So you could do that. Go underneath this puzzle, jump with Amadeus, and just before he hits the water, wind burst, and you can get underneath. Skipping that puzzle, and you're just going upwards for a while. Stack 2 planks. Skipping a puzzle that would otherwise take like a minute to do. Lots of planks and wind bursts. That was the wrong thing. Huh. One of them hit the other. That was fun. Put Pontius's clone right in front of the cannon, aimed at the balloon. And the knights don't really give chase or anything. I'm not sure why. Rope bridge. Spiky ball. How do you know what that means? And I give this roughly 4 seconds going upwards. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then move to the right, obviously to the right. And you skip what is otherwise a very annoying section. Of course, if you like, you can move in any direction so you can grab that XP. And then once you arrive at this gate, that's about as far as you can go. There's clipping there. You just fight the knights until the door opens. Skip past them, and if you still have your ball and plank, just continue on to this little area, in which there's a collectible and XP, and if you want the XP, it releases a bunch of balloons. You have to pop all of them for the hatch to open. I don't think I'm gonna make it. Nah. Oh well. Just killing myself with this ball here. These spiky balls falling out. There is a button that you can't see right here, which you can press with one, opening the door for you. And a little guard station. On guard. Now this is a checkpoint skip in which you wind burst to the upper right, and at the very top you summon a plank And if you do it right, the plank will get summoned past the breakable ceiling and to activate the checkpoint. But both things have to happen. The checkpoint has to be activated, which will be pretty obvious because you'll hear the sound and you barely be able to see it at the top of the screen. And the plank has to be summoned on the other side. If you get the plank but not the checkpoint, or the checkpoint but not the plank, it won't work. So we're gonna try it. Make sure I have it selected. Yep, so that's the checkpoint. You can see it saving. You can see it have the plank up there. Now you just let the knights kill you. And when you switch characters, suddenly you're up here. So the game's decided that you've reached this checkpoint already. So that's where it resets you to.
I hate to say this, but
And you have the final boss of the level.
Your friend's magics are inside the lizard.
The conceit of this fight is hitting the thing, the clockwork lizard, or chicken, whatever the fuck it is, with the cannon on the left, using steel balls or hardened cabbage, I think it is. Which disables its shield, and then you hit it with Pontius or with Zoya, and then repeat. So we're gonna grab this ball, put it in, but he has to be on the middle or right platform. Use a fire arrow, it hits him. And I found it's best to have trick shot enabled. That way, when you're directly underneath him and fire and shoot off a fire arrow, it'll bounce and hit him twice, which does a lot more damage. Or you can just wail on him with Pontius. And then you grab one of these cabbages, use that for more ammunition. You do that 4 times basically. Then he's going to turn that to stone. You just break it with a steel ball. And then hit the steel ball with an ice arrow. Hit him again. Just roll through the beams as they come. And that's him done.
This is extraordinary.
And disconcerting.
Not sure why the battle music is still playing.
Hilarious. What if it's not? What if it's
I don't know if they intended to make that look so comical, but it does.
Yes, I propose a hands-on experiment.
What happened to all the metallic monsters? Amadeus, when did you get here?
Looks like we delivered our part of the deal. Now we need your help in taking down Sunny and Godric.
And finding the children.
Let's see what we can do.
Quite the sound effect. Now we have the flying fortress.
With her powers of clairvoyance, the seeress
Magnificent
Barbara
airship,
will find
whatever.
the location of the villain's magnificent airship. The wizards of
The
the
flying
observatory
circus.
even let our heroes borrow their air cycle to get up to the clouds.
They sure did.
I've been counting numbers just to see how far I can get. Just got over 9,000.
What's keeping Pops?
It sure is a relevant joke and timely.
Well, since he hasn't remembered our birthday in 6 years, I'm guessing you're being sarcastic.
Wait, I know that voice. We used to always crash land, and now we're without a getaway plan.
And Zoya!
Now, first of all, we need to find the triplets.
Dad?
Dad, we're down here.
Uncle Pontius! Stop down to the deck!
Let's start the search here. Where are all those tin can knights?
He couldn't hear us.
But they'll find us soon enough.
Children, we're going on a little trip.
Triplets and our two treasures are somewhere on the ship.
Let's find our way forward.
Where were they? Amadeus' kids. It looks like there's a little... Oh, I see where they crash landed. For some reason I never noticed that. Looked like there was a gate or something they could have looked down. Anyway.
Enemies! On guard!
You can send Pontius' clone too early.
On guard!
I like doing this. Just because. It's so slow to react. And there's a little place with XP. If you like. And more XP up there. If you stick a plank on the stream, the smoke, whatever. Didn't mean to launch the thing. So you freeze one, while it's pressed down, move his clone over and hit the third one. Move that out of the way so it doesn't kill you. Use another if you like. You can just knock him the fuck away. You got one of these assholes. time this. Got it. You can electrocute him with the box if you get it in position, which also opens the hatch. There's a monkey here, or a simian animal of some kind. If you spin the wheel and pull this down, he gets angry, and he throws things. There's no point to it at all. It's just a thing you can do. XP in those. For some reason, the knights don't follow you. You have to pull all 4 of these down. So I'll grab one with his clone. Use the light to freeze the other in place. Freeze one with Zoya and grab the last. There's also XP over there. Break this rope. Move that out of the way so you don't electrocute yourself. Do this and do that, you know. Starting to get bored, I think. One more level and then the boss fight. Or sorry, 2 more levels. 2 planks to route the electricity. And you can roll through this as Zoya to avoid damage. Or you can just not care. And you activate that, turns it into steam, drop through. Another asshole. And then this platform, freeze it. Put a plank there. Put the steam there. Another plank. Pull that.
Is this thing on? Testing, testing. Ah, you heinous troublemakers may have found our headquarters, but we've no intention of granting you an audience.
What's that supposed to mean?
Powers of Trine probably would grant them that ability. It's kind of a Deus Ex Machina at times. Or Trine Ex Machina. He throws a plank at it. Nice try.
Agnes, Lucius, Julius. How am I going to get you back?
Enemies.
Pontius could have kite shielded over there. Just jump over everything. Pull the lever. And if you like, there's a little panel you can break. And a bunch of XP. And a collectible. And quest for Amadeus.
Go and see if they left a message or something useful.
We'll keep an eye out for the clockwork goons.
I'll be as quick as I can.
Amadeus delved deeper into the hold of the flying airship, hoping to find someone just to where his 3 children were headed.
There's some XP there. You put a plank and get it. You can go that way, or whoops. You just go to the second level and not do that. Grab the platform. And hold a plank there and land on it instead of missing it. And use an object to press that button. By the by, I do not believe that jumping is faster than walking in this.
Oh my, this is true advanced magic.
Now he has levitation. But we don't really need it. Two planks underneath, levitated.
I return.
Any luck?
Nothing left by the triplets. I did find an interesting new spell. Thank goodness this ship is ready to be
Wind burst up here. Smack the ball and then swing from it. Pull this open. Get Pontius's clone to run through and hit all of the smoke on the way. God damn it.
I suppose the silver lining of this card is that at least the triplets feel like themselves.
Godric hasn't
And I think you can make this. Yeah. And a recent skip I discovered. Normally, you grab a hold of this and you have to wait until it goes almost all the way down until this hatch opens. With these doors opening in succession with the little stationary turrets. But if you take Pontius, do a tiny jump and then stomp, you just go through the floor. I just found that like a day or two ago. Very, very happy about that. No more waiting on that very long, boring section. Yeah, freeze the upper right. lever twice, freeze to the left, and then pull it 3 more times. And then put the other one in place, connecting them. And then wait for like 20 seconds as the scene plays out. Then grab this to kill the spider and the knight. Power will kill him. You can pull this over as Amadeus to block the smoke. Freeze that in a better position. Break that. Box rope. Levitate an object to hit the button. Box rope again. You hit those 2 buttons and then stand on this platform to raise up, or just windburst up. XP back here, and over to the left, over there obviously. Didn't quite make it. Fight with some stupid fucking rats. God, I hate them. They're worse than goblins. Shut the fuck up. Fucking annoying. Now, I've seen in the other speedrun, he just solves this while the rats are attacking him. I'm not quite sure how he does it, because they block this, and it needs to be out of the way to grab these gears. Or at least I think it does. Let's see. Maybe you can just pull them out. No. You really do need to pull it out, so that there's enough room, and tether it. Stomp there, and that's the end of the level. No, wait, there's 2 levels and then the boss. Floating Archipelago and Clockwork Palace.
Riveting chase through the clouds after the villainous duo.
Sunny and Godric landed somewhere on this floating island.
They don't seem to have gone too far.
Bird's eye perspective can trick you. What looked a short distance from above can turn out to be quite a high point.
Whoops. A very, very simple puzzle, but it's a gate that you can win burst open.
Enemies.
Wish I could keep my joints full.
Get 2 balls or boxes. Cut that rope. Send in his clone to hang from that. Levitate them. And then sword throw, box rope.
Enemies. Offense. Home.
Whoops. Oh, fuck off. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, I see. There we go. God, how far is he going to shoot those?
Astral Academy will be magically restored.
This anti-gravity thing, you can just stand here so it activates and then charge through. Summon a plank, put it under here so you drop onto it. Pull this platform down. Put a plank at the top of this little hill. I'll stick 2 planks together there. And you're up. Hit the other anti-gravity ball with an ice arrow. Tether it. Send it over. Well, shit. And push it in. I swear their voices are like, oh, I have the dialogue like all the way down.
What we need now is an entrepreneurial skill set.
Now you're going to start encountering these enemies that have the same shield that was around this lever, which is clearly there so that you see it and figure out how to deal with it in a safe area before dealing with it on an enemy. So you get rid of the shield and just wail on them. And hopefully you get them in one shot.
A tiny glowy cabbage.
That's new.
Otherwise they teleport and regenerate their shield. Fuck. I hate when he gets in front of the fucking ball. You piece of shit! Activate the ball. Roll it across.
Testing. Ah. So, you did not fall to your doom as I had planned. Although I did make my beautiful airship
And
fly,
we walk on these and then magnetize something to hold them in place.
However, we still have Amadeus
And then shoot the thing that comes out.
Give them up. This
I'm very obviously losing energy here.
fight you very hard.
Charge and wind burst up here to skip having to deal with all that nonsense. If you like, there is XP and a collectible up there. There's 100% guides on how to find it and get to it. I shouldn't have wasted my time with the 100% stuff, because I obviously... that's not the point of the stream. And normally you'd make a little ramp for that ball and then charge it up so it lands there, but you can just skip over that entirely. Grab this lever and drop from it for some reason. What the hell? Which activates these platforms to come down. Ow. Okay, I want to test this. It is possible I accidentally fell when I was doing this level. There's a platform directly underneath. Yep, you can fall right on it. Instead of waiting for the elevator. You just break these capacitors or whatever the hell they are. Keep killing the knights.
What is this? They just keep coming.
And you have more of these guys. Got him. Got him in one shot. Good.
Chilly. Someone must like it hot.
I hope this magic snowflake won't melt before we find its owner.
Now, let's roll across with the ball. That's the end of the level.
Our villains must be hiding somewhere here.
And they still have Julius, Lucius, and Agnes.
We must find them soon.
The Clockwork Palace was all that now stood between
I
the
need a
heroes
damn
finding
drink.
Julius, Lucius, and Agnes. But the place was sure to be full of devious traps, engineered by Lord Godric, the master of the Clockwork Knights.
Dropped my headset. Excuse me. Okay. Continuing.
Look around. I spent my family's fortune building this fully automated luxury palace. With the teeniest press of buttons, I command all the parts of my humble house.
Is that right? Different ways you can get past this. You can either freeze this when it's down, and then freeze the second one to get through, or put a plank through and fox rope. Now 2 more of the shield assholes are gonna spawn. So I like to get Pontius's clone ready with the light. 1 spawns up here. I just leave him there. Hit him with 2 fire arrows. Ah, shit. Just realized I don't have potent elemental arrows. Need more XP. Oh well. If you have potent elemental arrows, it allows you to get them in 2 hits.
A cursed toy mouse. Now who could this belong to?
And living lightning, trapped inside a bronze sphere.
To travel.
You just roll through most of that. As well as that. There is... You break that and activate this. It sends down a little lift. And if you get over to the other side, whoops.
Blend of form and
You've got the it's gonna say cyberpunk. What is it called? Steampunk hat or whatever. That'll do. Didn't catch that in time. So, you fox rope down here. Put that ball there. Summon another. Come back out. Plank. Clone. Both levers.
Oh look, we solved our way into a trap.
There's 3 doors that slowly move down, so if you just stay over here, you can get through a little early.
This is actually a pretty well thought out palace. Look, they have signs.
And you can make it over. Levitate that. There's a risky part here. You have this fairly difficult section where you absolutely need either you get enough XP to get Master Conjurer, which allows you to conjure 6 objects, so you can stick together 6 planks and go over all of the electrified water, or abuse the invincibility frames. And that's what we're doing here. So, surprised I got it. It often takes me 2 tries, or more. And if the game is ever likely to crash, it's there. Or freeze. It's frozen on me
Sinister dog biscuit.
a few
I have a
times.
hunch as to whose it might be.
What's this? A golden raspberry?
By my count, we've now found all
Yeah.
the stolen magic belonging to our missing Astral Academy students.
You do the thing. Make a big W. A little too early. I don't know what this guy is supposed to be.
Astral Academy's cleaner.
And up there are all the missing students.
I don't even know if he's meant to be human or not.
Here to save you.
They don't seem to respond.
Dear cleaner person,
Yeah.
terribly sorry, but I need to be rude for a moment.
Oh, he has a face. It's just like covered.
But this is not the Astral Academy. I see there is something strange going on.
No time to explain, but could you find a way to get them all down?
We need to find Amadeus's triplets before something awful happens to them.
Just feed these to your fellow students. I'm sure you'll figure out which is which.
Wait, where are we?
What if he doesn't, though? What if he gets every single one of them
It's a
wrong?
hidden, fully automated Clockwork Fortress secret hideout floating in the clouds. Any other questions?
Yes, a few.
No. I'll get on it then.
So, we'll stick a plank here. There is a... Oh no, it was back earlier. I was gonna say there was a collectible and some XP in a little secret area.
Great. Means we can get back home without
There's
having to
guides for that,
resort to skydiving.
Oh my, excuse me. Oh my, excuse me. Wall.
Do you think the powers of Trine will be enough to pull us through this one?
So you think our best is not enough?
Well, just because we three can swap places and not die, it doesn't make the triplets invulnerable. There are all sorts of horrific things that might happen to them. Oh, I wish Trine were here. She'd be able to rescue my children. She was always so kind and clever. She'd know what to do.
Alright, this puzzle. You have to get them all flipped around so you can move this over and plug it in. You want to freeze this. No, not that one. You want to freeze this one. Then unfreeze it. Hit the middle one. Skip all of that.
This room's a bit sinister.
XP over here.
Trophy hunting.
And
This lord really is the lowest of the low.
These beasts seem kind of familiar.
That's because we fought mechanical versions of each animal.
So he steals more than just wizards' lives to make his contraptions. Ooh.
that satyr-looking dude, I think, is an enemy model from Trine 4. Little Easter egg. Alright, pull that off. And secret XP there, if you like. There's also a puzzle up there. Coming up to one of the most annoying parts.
Everything will soon be right as rain.
I don't know, Pontus. The triplets are still at Sunny and Godric's mercy.
We'll find them soon.
Call it the washing
If the
machine.
real Trine were here, she'd know what
That's
to
what
do.
it seems like. Oh god, I'd like a skip for this. Just not in the cards. So because I'm lazy, I like Thief's Aid and just hanging from it, so I don't have to jump around. Although you could literally just keep getting killed and it doesn't matter. But I try to avoid it still. And you just break these. And then it drains again. Again? Drains. First it fills, then it drains. You have the ball at this, well, point in the corner. Tether it. Hit it with a fire arrow. Stick these gears in place. Stomp to the right. And once it's centered, tether it to the other side and rotate another 90 degrees. And last little area. Have another fight. See?
Destroy. Rains. Rains.
Then go up this giant set of stairs, and we've got the final boss. Just in time for 5 fucking hours of a stream that nobody is watching.
Ah, you haven't seen my invention in action yet. You can do nothing but watch helplessly as I remove the magic and personalities from these 3 little wizards.
No!
Either you heroes cease all your actions against us, or these adorable children end up leading very dreary
Okay,
rests
we
of their
promise. Let them go.
You're dreary.
See that balcony?
Got her.
Wouldn't you just hate it if something precious was tossed over the side?
Like
all
what?
their memories.
No, please. We'll do anything. Just don't harm them.
Godric, have your minions put them in and start the procedure. As you see, even the powers of Trine can't
Procedure.
outsmart me.
It's Trine.
A light show. Amusing.
It really
But
is a
your
Deus Ex
unimpressive
Machina.
sleight of hand won't save you now.
Trine is absent for the entirety of the game until the last possible minute.
How odd. It seems to be out of order.
What just happened?
Oh, that was amazing!
First we were there, and now we're here.
What? How did they get back there?
Hey! Looks like we're on the right side of the thing now.
Amadeus throwing boxes.
Why don't you label these buttons? Which one is it?
The red one.
In their hour of despair,
Hour
a mystical image of
in
Trine
their hour
appeared
of
to the
despair.
heroes, giving them the power to switch places with Amadeus's children. This had allowed the heroes to finally face Lady Sunny and Lord Godric. But Sunny and Godric were not ones to give up without a fight.
Alrighty.
The villainous duo had one final card up their sleeve. Lord Godric Godric's finest creation was a monstrous machine of war, prepared to obliterate the heroes.
Fuck.
Some adjustments needed.
Like I said, Zoya is very OP for this fight. Whoops. Fuck! That was a waste. Did no damage. You have to clear the fog to find where the thing is. And at the last second.
I'll show how it's done.
Fuck, I did it again. Last phase. Pretty easy fight. Alrighty. Nope. Pull that off. I always miss that. Come on. And that's where the segment would end. I believe full runs end on the final hit.
Lady Sunny, Lord Godric, you are under arrest.
You'll be taken in for being the most treacherous aristocrats of all time.
What? You've no authority here. Lady Sunny is to be the rightful queen. And as her first minister, of course, I will perform the crowning.
You?
Oh, help me, heroes! This madman kidnapped me and made me do all these awful things.
Love Amadeus' expression there. Ugh.
Oh, Sunny. She's all yours, heroes. As for me...
Trying to be a Metal Gear Solid villain.
Goodbye.
Sorry, I didn't know you had a backup plan. Quick, let's make a run for it.
Sunny! My flight pack can only carry one person!
No! There's still a chance. Head for a lake or some trees.
Will it won't matter if we hit them too fast.
And so, Lady Sunny and Lord Goderic vanished, never to be seen again by the three heroes of Trine. The kingdom, while in tatters, was safe again. But what about our
there's
heroes?
Nightmare Prince.
Zoya found an unlikely companion with whom to share her adventures.
A companion?
Want to come with me?
Is that what they call it?
Amadeus learned a very important lesson about family.
Julius.
Which is?
Lucius. Agnes. It
Not to
doesn't matter
marry
what happens
pieces of
between
shit
me and
like
Margaret.
Margaret?
I'll always love you.
And Pontius?
Hey, the day was saved. What's getting you down?
The kingdom wasn't saved at all. It's in ruins. Maybe I'm just not the right person anymore to continue on as a hero of Trine.
What? Without you, we'd never have managed anything. Amadeus would have either run off or have been distracted all the time. I'd just go around stealing everything.
You do that anyway.
Pontius, you're the heart of our team.
Oh, Zoya! I always knew you were decent after all.
Yes, yes. And you are crushing me, you big goofy knight.
Even in the darkest times, there was some hopeful light left in the world. And the light of our heroes still blazed on.
That is Trine 5. I'd be interested to know how much of the team is the same as the other titles. Like how much it's changed from Trine 1. Yep, same 4 leads across all 5 titles. Narrator, Amadeus, Pontius, and Zoya. The rats have names. How the fuck do they tell them apart? Drizzle, Fuzzle, Hassle, Jatzel. Okay. Anyway. 5 hours is fucking long enough. I'll have to, like, do a regular commentary on a pre-recorded on a pre-recorded speedrun. I think I'm very close to beating an hour 50 finally. I actually did beat it, but segmented. With a total of like 146, I think. Anyway. That's the end of that.